Safeguarding democratic elections. This panel is co-hosted by Allow me to introduce our moderator, Mr. Tristan Owen, Director for the Center of Analysis, Planning and Strategy for Europe and Foreign Affairs of the French Republic.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all. It's a great pleasure to moderate this panel. All of you for joining that discussion. We'll focus on a pretty broad democratic resilience, hybrid threats. To explore these issues, I would like to introduce 6 great speakers bringing to the discussion a lot of experience on these topics. Together we'll have the occasion to explore the challenges facing our democracy, how technology and artificial intelligence in particular is affecting those challenges, our political lives in particular. To kick off the discussion, I'd like to turn to as the leader of the forces in Belarus. I'm very curious, given your unique experience facing those threats in a direct and challenging way. Analysis of how AI transform political life when it comes into the hands of counter democracies and using authoritarian purposes.
So thank you with such outstanding people. I just want to is the country that and maybe people thought something has changed 10-15 years ago to Belarus, and people consume information from newspapers or TV, internet, how other countries live. Travel without traveling. We saw that other countries, moved, and this like we are not like blindly believing. Started to how to use it in life. Actually, I think that it's technologies that society, to raise up, for changes against dictatorship in Belarus. Because Lukashenko, our dictator, couldn't control people anymore, fully, and internet gave us, tool how to oppose or resist dictatorship. 5 years ago, thanks to technologies, we managed to prove that dictator lost elections. We used all the modern technologies, and also different messengers gave people possibility, to go to the streets and coordinate, our actions. And Lukashenko couldn't fully switch off internet in Belarus. And after their crackdown, technologies or messengers, gave us instrument to keep communication with the people on the ground, because hundreds of thousands had to flee the country, millions stayed in Belarus, but we in constant communication with the people inside. So it gives us, this feeling of unity. The issue is that dictators are also learning. They're also learning how to use technologies, AI, in their advantage. And here it's very important to understand that technologies can use both for good and for evil, depending in which hands they are. We have very creative and innovative nation. We are using all the possible space, to counter propaganda, to counter the regime, and we are launched good relationship with the huge tech companies like Google, Meta, different messengers, and cooperating with them and asking them, for example, to block propagandistic disgust and narratives, and it's good cooperation. So I'm not sure, maybe today there will be a lot of critics towards technological companies because somehow technologies are used by dictators, but in our case, in case of Belarus, we really managed to use all the possible technological instruments, to oppose the regime. For example, in 2025, it was one more fraudulent elections in Belarus, and so as all the political opponents are put in prison immediately in Belarus, so we created AI candidate. And the biggest advantage is that Lukashenko couldn't put this AI delegate in a prison, and we put in this delegate, the most important for Belarusian people narratives, pro-European, anti-war, pro-Ukrainian, so on and so forth. So, and it worked out. So we really glad. I hope that all the tech companies also, they're responsible also for blossoming of democracy or for supporting dictators, and they also have this moral obligation to make this choice.
Thank you very much for sharing this experience, and in particular what happened in 25. And as you said, technology is both for good and evil, depending on who is using it. And you mentioned the empowerment it creates, so the systematic nature that technology is having. So I'd like to turn to you, Mr. Montasa Domenas. You're the Secretary General of the Community of Democracies. As such, you've been following and monitoring elections in many countries worldwide, and I'd be curious to ask you the question, but to what extent those tools we're talking about can also be the answer to the threats we're facing in our current democracies?
Thank you, and thank you very much for this invitation. It's really very interesting to consider the role of AI and the challenges posed by AI in the electoral context, insofar as I have observed elections not only across the wide geographic spread from Ukraine to Hong Kong when there was still an election there, but also historically, sort of being a classicist, studying some of the last elections in the late Roman Republic and how disinformation was used there. So when discussing the role of AI and its impact on elections, we need, on the one hand, to be very pragmatic, to see the nuts and bolts how election works and where it can be impacted. But at the same time, we have to be very philosophical about it and see the tectonic changes that it brings, and to retain this double perspective, as it were. Primarily, I want to draw your attention to certain fundamental asymmetric vulnerabilities of democracy. These did not start with AI, but disinformation. Our legitimacy as democracies derives from the way people think and express their opinions, and therefore, sort of attacking their mentalities hurts sort of democratic polity in the way that authoritarian regimes cannot be hurt, because their legitimacy does not rely on sort of people's expressed support. Polarization. Democracies die, authoritarian regimes thrive on polarization, because by polarizing, by identifying scapegoats, internal enemies, authoritarian regimes can sort of strengthen their sort of hold on population. The same goes for conspiracy theory. So there is a sort of this fundamental asymmetric vulnerability to democracy, which existed before and which authoritarian regimes have exploited, primarily Russia, but others as well. Now, there is an additional tension which arises from the fact that democracy, as it is conceptualized and enshrined in our legal codes, is very much based on the 19th century understanding of how polity works. That's to say that the primary mode of association is physical association through political parties and expressing your political opinions. That public arena is pretty much consistent and continuous. There may be sort of competition and variety, but nevertheless it is pretty much continuous, and there is a commitment to truth, and that there are clear criteria of truth. So in some ways, democracy is a sort of software written for a 19th century hardware. The problem is that this hardware has changed, and with digitalization, with advent of internet, social networks, we can enumerate the steps, but AI exacerbates these vulnerabilities to the extent that, comparison, we heard today that, advent of AI is like industrial revolution. I would like to use an example that it's like transition from traditional disinformation to AI is like transition from World War II bomb to nuclear bomb. And so, okay, well, it was used at the end of World War II, but you know what I mean. Traditional bomb and nuclear. So what are the impacts? Well, first of all, AI-generated fakes undermined trust in what voters hear and see. And the central risk is that voters not so much are taken by false claim, but that they become unsure whether anything they see or hear is authentic at all. And multimodal AI has made it cheap and easy to generate convincing fake audios and videos and images to such an extent that it creates uncertainty whether anything you hear is true. And the example was already used in 24 when the synthetic audio imitating Joe Biden was used for calls to discourage Democratic voters from participating in the election. And there are many other examples from recent Bangladesh election. But in a sense, the fundamental impact, and that's where we have to be philosophical, that in a sense, it's not so much that there's a particular false claim that this Bangladeshi candidate was promiscuous and therefore is unreliable. But actually, after that, nobody can believe what is true and what is false. And this is fundamentally addresses the foundations of democracy. Secondly, AI attacks spread faster than democratic defense can respond. I don't need to illustrate that. The mismatch of growth between AI models and the capability of its development is so much slower than any institutional mechanisms or regulatory and technical response that we can provide. Thirdly, AI enables unlimited and personalized disinformation to an extent where it's unimaginable. I mean, it's not only a particular group can be identified and endlessly addressed by disinformation, but also a specific person can have a online 24/7 on call individualized disinformation. So volume, personalization, speed of production outstrip any potential human review process in principle. Fourth, institutional trust usually becomes primary line of attack and defense. Technical detection tools are necessary, but they are not sufficient. And when manipulated content is eventually detected, the damage to trust is already done. So, fifth, elections run on fixed timescales, whereas AI development is continuous. Again, if massive fraud and massive impact is detected after election, reversing the result is extremely difficult, if not impossible. Sixth, AI fragments the public sphere into separate realities. And not only, we are talking about polarization between Republicans and Democrats. Now there is a growing polarization between different groups and even small groupings within the Republican movement, for example, which have no common reality. I mean, with individualized synthetic kind of reality created, there is very difficult to find any shared ground between these different splinters and any ground for debate. And lastly, election interference is no longer limited to the states or major actors. The development of open source, open code AI models and platforms lowers the barrier to entry so dramatically that election interference is no longer the preserve of states' intelligence services or wealthy organizations. And anyone with laptop and basic prompting skills can now generate attacks or influence content at scale. And platforms like Mythos is an example which raises great concerns about autonomous cyber attack capability. This is again this is like like 9/11 in some ways. And finally, what can we do? What I'm most afraid of is that we can while supporting the positive aspects of AI, we can overlook and kind of sleepwalk into a disaster where democratic processes and mechanisms of decision making are no longer feasible. What are positive responses? Well, they are mostly analog, not digital. And investing in building trust and transparency before the attacks happen, so that actually minimizing beforehand a priori the impact of any attack on the credibility of institutions, election mechanisms, parliament, the legitimacy of the election is something that we have to start doing beforehand. Then protecting institutional memory and human networks, rather than assuming that public sector knowledge can be simply automated away. I mean, eventually, what it boils down to, all these functions can be replaced, but not the trust and the decision-making capability in crisis made by humans when this happens. Finally, create temporary emergency safeguards for dangerous new AI capabilities, so cut out. I mean, if we have to have legal possibilities when massive attack happens before the election, suddenly cut out sort of the impact of AI until the dust settles down. And at the bottom of it, we need to rebuild social cohesion in a kind of analog sphere, because that's the only so far sort of viable immunity source for building resilience to AI-based manipulation of electoral mechanisms and public arena. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Admenas, for breaking down basically the philosophical impact of AI on elections and bringing us to the possible answers to those challenges. And building on that last points that you made, I'd like to turn to another panelist, Justin Poncet, who is currently the CEO of OpCI AI, and who's been working on providing basically answer and capabilities to respond to those threats. So, Mr. Poncet, can you please tell us more about the nature of your activities and basically how to respond to the challenges that have just been described by our previous panelists?
Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to present myself and my company. So I'm Justin Poncet. I am the founder of OpCI.ai, an innovative company based in Paris, but working across Europe and pioneering in narrative intelligence. I have to tell that we are financed by a public pilot program of the European Commission called European Narrative Observatory, and our work revolves around leveraging large language models, so AI, combining human intelligence to analyze the circulation of digital narratives and giving the tools necessary to both spot, understand, influence patterns, and try to develop impactful counter-narrative. If I may do some prom, I'm also the producer of a podcast, a French podcast called Propagations with an S, that bring together a community of 5,000 listeners around the information war and bring together NGOs, activists, institutional, and academics. First, the dual use of AI has been already stated, but I have to insist that at the moment the use of AI is a clear advantage to our competitors. I will tell a little about it, but the fundamental challenge of use of AI is that AI-driven influence operations empower a few agents to conduct highly effective, widespread cognitive warfare. So it reduces drastically the cost of influence, enabling a spin doctor or PR guy or marketing dream that even Edward Bernays, so you know Edward Bernays, the father of propaganda and public relations, that could not have imagined. Oh, that's physical one.
This is not AI.
So the
Is everybody all right?
Don't blame the Russian.
There is a way to... Ni har tort
being destabilized, but please.
Okay, sorry. So the primary capacity is to saturate the public space and test near infinite array of propaganda versions, what marketers call AZ testing. And it ensures that last one version successfully reaches an audience and achieves massive scale, that's enabling massive cognitive attacks. So AI transforms individual producers, flooders, trolls into personal orchestrators, granting them the ability to generate content, including, of course, video, posts, etc., at a factor of 100 to 1,000 times more than previously possible. This shift provides a competitive advantage to offensive countries and disciplined authoritarian countries. I have to insist on this fact. So, what do? I have to say we work with the same mindset as our competitors, and we try to develop complete workflows, models, filtering to extend our scrutiny capacity and enabling our analysts to scan much wider and more deeper through the aid of AI models.
Thank you very much for those elements. And Mr. Poncet, you referred to public relations, and I must say that on this panel we have Maxime Béard, who, as president of the World Communications Forum Association, has a very extensive experience in public relations. And needless to say, as was just described, that artificial intelligence is changing completely the landscape of public relations as we've known it, and is keeping changing it at the moment we speak. So Mr. Béard, I'd be very curious in your capacity and building on your experience on how you would describe the way AI is transforming the political landscape we've known for the past decades, and actually how can political candidates in democracies handle those changes. What does that mean for citizens on their daily lives? Basically, how do we go about this new political landscape that's being completely transformed by technology?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, it's not only AI, it's the new digital communications and the way we communicate between us. Because AI is, let's say, next stage or next phase. But I would like to go back about 120 years ago when Henry Ford introduced the first, they call it at that time, gasoline cart. It was the current automobiles were driving cars. So when he gathered a couple of journalists and he said, this will be the future, we don't have any more horses or carts, this will be the future, then everyone was saying, no way. It cannot be possible that we drive this. First of all, how can we get fuel? Secondly, if the tire blows up, if the engine went something wrong, and last but not least, it can kill people. So nobody believed. Today, we drive cars. We don't ride horses. Same with the new digital communications. 10 years ago, there was a big resistance, and a lot of people were saying, oh my gosh, how bad it is. You know, people are suddenly transparent, politicians are attacked, and this and that. But today, we live in the world of social media. Today, we have artificial intelligence, and I would say that this is much better world than we had before. First of all, Madame Tikhanovskaya here can prove this, and I'm very happy that she started this topic, that it's very beneficial from the political point of view for the societies which are living under dictatorship or in closed countries, if not dictatorship. So it gives fresh air and breath to these societies, to these communities, so people know, first of all, what's happening in their countries, to whatever extent it's possible to know, and secondly, what is happening in the democracies outside, how people live there. Remember, 25 years ago, it was not possible because we had only state-controlled media in those countries, and it was very difficult to have the proper information. Secondly, there are two groups which are using today the digital life, I would say, politicians and business. Business is adapting much faster because all of us, we make money. If we don't adapt ourselves in the proper speed, then we went into bankruptcy. With politicians, it's almost the same, but they're very slow in this. Why? My opinion, they don't understand that the voters change. Not only the system, you know, AI is just the technology. Social media, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever, name it, it's only the technology. The voters today, 2026 in the world, are a very complicated chemistry of publishers, editors, and reporters. Because 4 billion people, they own media. And the characteristic of a publisher is to own media. Then they're editors because they create content. That's the characteristic of the editor. And then finally, they're reporters because they would like this content to have some news. That's what reporters are doing. So having in mind this, politicians, I think, should be absolutely proactive and totally in line with the voters. They're not the voters 10 years ago. Those voters very often are much more knowledgeable, much more aware of what's happening than the very politicians. So the politicians, if they want to run the countries, if they want to win elections, if they want to be much better than the rest, then they must be much more knowledgeable than the rest. So it's a very easy task, by the way. It's not complicated at all. I don't want to touch AI. We spent 2 weeks ago in Davos, full day, talking about AI. From my understanding, AI is a little bit damaging the political landscape because I was monitoring very closely. I come from Bulgaria. The elections in Bulgaria 2 weeks ago, I can say the platform of all the candidates are one and the same. And they were done by AI. So it's very easy. You go, you put the task, and then you like it because it's beautifully done. There is a logic and whatever. But then if you compare all the statements, all the programs, then you can see that there is no left and no right. No conservative, no liberals. Almost one and the same because they trust that AI is their perfect advisor. My advice would be for audience, for the politicians, not to treat AI as a search engine, not to treat AI as an advisor even, but to treat artificial intelligence as a partner. If you treat this technology as partner, if you try to understand how it works and the technology understands how you think, then I think it will be much easier to have this tool, because it's a tool. It's like, you know, imagine you have a pen. A couple of centuries ago, people didn't have a pen. So they were scribing on the stones or whatever. Now they have pens. Today we have AI. But we must understand how AI works. I think that it's devastating political points of view and political platforms from a certain perspective, because the politicians and their advisors, they overtrust this technology and they think that it's doing perfect. On the contrary, if someone stays on the left, they should have leftist programs. If someone is conservative, then should express the conservative points of view. But again, last but not least, we live in a much better world. We live in a world that we know everything. We have knowledge every single day. How do we wake up in the morning? You know how we wake up? The mobile phone like that, in the bed. We walk, you know, we don't see even, but we look at the mobile phone. And this is knowledge, and we must know how to control this knowledge. The most important way is to be proactive in all our activities, either business or politics. Whatever you do, you must be proactive, innovative, and then I think that especially politicians, they will win, because politicians, they don't sell programs, they don't sell platforms, they sell trust. And if they know to whom they sell those trusts, like I said, publishers, editors, reporters, then it will be much easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Béard, and echoing what Ms. Tikhanovskaya said at the very beginning, you mentioned the positive impact that technology is having on empowering societies. And as we're talking about democratic resilience, I think it's important in this panel that we underline the extent to which democratic resilience goes way beyond political regimes and encompasses the whole society, each and every citizen. And in this respect, I'd like to turn to Mr. Camille Grenier, who's the Executive Director of the Forum on Information and Democracy, so as to understand also in this landscape that we've described how to imagine or design articulations between state, non-state actors, and to strengthen this resilience in the face of all those challenges we've been describing.
Thank you so much. Great pleasure to be here with this distinguished panel. Indeed, with all due respect to you, Max, at some point I thought that this was Elon Musk by my side telling all the users of X, you are the media. I don't think that is true. Journalism was built on at least one century of ethics, self-regulation, and media regulation. Everyone cannot invent themselves as a journalist from one day to another. It comes with rights, true. You need to have access to certain spaces, but it also comes with a lot of duties. And I really recommend a wonderful book by a friend of mine, Damien Tambini, called Media Freedom, where it tells really from the beginning that talking about press freedom is first and foremost to talk about the limits of press freedom and the limits to this exercise that is journalism. So I just wanted to make this because we indeed live in a space where we've opened all the doors of our information spaces. Sometimes, as Ms. Tikhanovskaya was saying, for very positive impact and reasons, we've seen that. But also, this openness of our information ecosystem has been weaponized and has been used against democratic regimes and democracy itself. On and on, we've seen how despotic regimes and authoritarians have been using the openness of democracies to play with the national public debate, to play with elections, to interfere in democratic processes. And all the FIMI, the foreign information manipulation interference, does not appear in a vacuum. It is facilitated by unchecked technology and technological power, and very powerful technological, President Macron was talking about empires earlier. It is facilitated by technological empires right today. So I think that for us, the core, and when we began this history of the Forum on Information and Democracy and the international partnership for information and democracy that gathers 57 countries, really the idea, and that came from Reporters Without Borders and our former boss, Christophe Deloire, the idea was that we needed, of course, to keep the good and the positive impact of these technologies for our democratic debate, but we also needed to set some high-level principles and democratic safeguards. I can name a few: the political neutrality of tech companies, because we see the impact when one owner of one big important platform has a political agenda. We see the impact on democracy. The transparency, we know very little of what is actually happening on these platforms when it comes to content moderation, when it comes to algorithmic creation, when it comes to, again, political leanings towards certain parties and so on. Pluralism of news and information online. These are all a set of principles that were set by an independent commission gathered by Reporters Without Borders in 2018, and that was then endorsed and supported by France and 30 countries back in 2019. We have now 57 countries around the world that have joined this international partnership, and of course Armenia is really a leading country in this international partnership. I would just like, because we're talking about democratic resilience and AI, of course there is this sort of the most visible part of the iceberg we see, which is generated and AI-generated disinformation, deep fakes, everything that we've seen during the war in Iran in the last few weeks. But there is to me, a more structural and long-term issue, which is the impact of artificial intelligence on, going back to journalism, on the media. Recent studies, notably in the US, show that because of AI, because of Google AI overview, you have drops up to 80% on news websites. And this has a direct impact then on advertising revenues and on revenues of these news. So, one of the questions in the long term is if we don't do anything, this is a friend of mine who asked the question in a conference, is are we going to miss independent media? Are we going to miss journalism when it's, when it has disappeared? Because if we don't do anything, on fair compensation, on ensuring that there are some mechanism to fund this sort of what we've defined as a trusted third party for democratic societies, if we don't do anything, this is what we're contemplating in the short to medium term. So to me, this is really one of the key aspects that is often overshadowed in these kind of discussions, looking at the impact of AI in the media. And we have actually a dedicated work stream on this very topic that is co-chaired by Luxembourg and Ukraine. So we'll be working on that, and of course, everyone is welcome to join. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for making that important point of the importance of regulation, actually, in the face of companies that do, from time to time, lack transparency and may lead to the risk of reducing pluralism. I think that was an important point to be made. And before I give an opportunity to other speakers to react, I'd like to give you the floor, Ms. Neira Soltanian. You're the director of the Democracy Development Foundation in Armenia. And actually, in the coming weeks, in a month, basically, we will have elections in Armenia. And in this context, I think it would be quite interesting to get your perspective, given the landscape that's been described here, the challenges, the possible answers. How would you paint the picture as we're currently facing it in Armenia at the moment, in the midst of those challenges?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and welcome all to Armenia. And as I'm sitting among experts, I really wanted to focus more on the Armenian context. So, I want to highlight three things. And first is that in this country, all election stakeholders freely and widely use AI for their political campaigning. And we, as civil society representatives, also very much use AI to produce content, positive content around democratic values and for integrity of these elections. And let alone, I love that AI helps certain groups and individuals to produce political humor. So some prompting, but also AI has now a kind of sense of humor. So, and hopefully my panelists agree here that political satire is an important aspect of elections. So we enjoy a lot the humor videos. Second is regarding artificial intelligence entering the cognitive domain. And here Armenia faces serious challenges because the disinformation is not only written now, it's now seen, heard, and emotionally experienced. And this AI-enabled cognitive warfare targets very specific issues in this country. And to name a few, it's the war trauma from Nagorno-Karabakh war, the national and regional identities that we are rebuilding, the religion, and of course the geopolitics we found ourselves in after the war. So basically, with the help of AI, literally in moments, in minutes, a piece of disinformation can be engineered into a multi-media product where you have an impressive visuals accompanying your disinformation, you have moving background music accompanying your video, and a persuasive voice that sort of tells you something. And we basically observe how false statements transform into false experiences. So people sense it, not only read it. And my last point is about a common challenge, because we in the civil society are now very much concerned about who decides what is false and what is not, because this is the biggest challenge for democracies. And as a civil society representative, I want to stress that while the temptation is and will always be high to limit, to filter, to control, especially in times of uncertainty and instability, Armenia's experience shows that the freedom of speech and media pluralism are not part of the problem. Vice versa, they are part of the solution. So in no way we should restrict these freedoms and media pluralism. And very much like vaccine, that works in a way that it, like by exposure and response, we have to let people face it, experience it, and develop immunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these last remarks. And actually, we do have 5 to 7 minutes ahead of us. So, given the depth of what's been described by all panelists, I'd like to give all of you the opportunity to briefly react to what's been said by other members of the panel, and I would have a very simple questions given our audience here. We've touched upon many issues, topics, questions, and so on and so forth, but I'd like to give each of you the floor, perhaps just to name one key takeaway, one measure, one concrete step that could be taken to safeguard democratic elections. If there's one thing that's most important for each of you, what would it be in the face of the challenges we've just mentioned? And if you can keep it short, but basically one concrete step to be taken to safeguard elections. I don't know if there's anyone who'd like to start, or if I go perhaps just the whole line. When I look at it from here, it's quite impressive. But perhaps starting with you, Mr. Ardomenas, if you have one concrete step to be taken to protect our democracies.
Thank you. Well, at the conclusion of my speech, I tried to outline, in a sense, the measures that we should be taken. What I wanted to emphasize now is listening is that we should not underestimate the qualitative difference between AI and previous digital technologies. That there is a sort of leap of degree, and so its impact is going to be very different from that of internet. And the most fundamental challenge to me is what echoing Madam Neira Sultanian is this distinction between truth and false, which is being eroded, and that's something that it's not government cannot ensure it. So this commitment to truth is what democracy relies on. So responses to AI are only to a limited extent digital. They have to be analog, and to quote a very ancient authority, President Roosevelt, when he said that the ultimate safeguard of democracy is education. I think this is what we need to address well, and be very concerned for nowadays, that there is an independent capacity, independent of knowing AI, knowing its tricks and wiles and its technologies, but also being able to assess reality independently and develop this capacity of cognitive autonomy is a condition of survival of democracy.
So, truth and education, Ms. Tsikhanovskaya?
Maybe just one sentence about, because it was discussion about neutrality of tech companies. Just we all understand that democracy all over the world is under huge threat. And to my personal opinion, I think that not only politicians or media or people responsible for preserving democracy, but also our tech giants, tech companies. And to my opinion, tech companies also have to take side. Either they're serving to the good to strengthen democracy, or to have no restrictions at all for usage among dictatorships. So you are smart enough to develop instruments, broader instruments for democratically oriented societies and countries, and more restrictive measures for dictatorship, because it's a really dangerous, situation in the world, and everybody have to invest into democracy first of all.
Thank you very much for this, Mr. Bell.
I'll be very clear and precise. I truly believe AI is not a threat. Social media is not a threat. The only logical threat we have are the so-called troll factories. Because if any of you read the book The Trolls of Putin, wrote by a good friend of mine from Finland, and in each country we have such factories of trolls which are used for political purposes. And I think that if we can agree, all of you, to suggest to anybody, European Union, whatever, that the troll factories are declared illegal in each country, it will be a huge step ahead. Because it's a very concrete step, that these guys, this business is illegal. It's like selling drugs, or it's like doing or selling arms within a country illegally. So it's the same to keep thousands and thousands of trolls doing one and the same wrong messages and brainwashing millions of people. So I think that it's very logical. One day it will come, sooner or later. They will be declared illegal. The sooner the better, and I think that we can unite, and Madame Tikhanovsky here is an excellent case and very influential person to support us and to make it happen sooner. Thank you.
Mr. Grenier?
Thank you. There's really a lot of takeaways. I will just try to pick one and build upon it, but there was one made on true versus false. And we've had this debate for a few years now regarding content moderation and who has to decide. I think it is a dead end, this debate. And at the end of the day, it's not so much about what can be said or not said, it's about the organization of the public square. And what are the rules that should be implemented to make sure that the public square facilitate access to reliable and independent and pluralistic information rather than propaganda, disinformation, hate. And in the span of 20 years, we moved from an ecosystem, and notably an advertising ecosystem, that was funding this sort of reliable information, to an ecosystem now that is largely funding hate and propaganda and disinformation. So one of the most recent publications that we made at the Forum on Information and Democracy is really this need to look at the economics of disinformation, the underlying business models of tech companies, and how this has an impact then on the virality of certain content. So my call here at the Yerevan Dialogue is really to look at this and to reform this online advertising market that is also harming democracy from the inside.
Thank you very much. Mr. Poncel?
If I had to say one thing, I would say align anti-disinformation strategy with democratic innovations, including AI and digital revolution. Perhaps the idea that rather than superimposing traditional models onto digital tools, struggling to create usages, we should exploit spontaneously express enthusiasm by making political use of positive social data, or also promote, take care of the digital ecosystem which already exists, like Wikipedia or Reddit, which is a kind of democratic and safe place, and to promote a better user-generated content expression, which for me is quite the antidote against slopaganda. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Mrs. Sultanian?
Well, I strongly believe in the power of offline communication, so my encouragement to all politicians is never stop talking and hugging people during your campaigns.
I think that's a very good one, and actually coming back to the true nature. So thank you very much for this, and thank you very much to all panelists. It's been a real pleasure, and thanks to you all. Have a good afternoon. And now we'll take a small family picture with the panelists, which is very important.
Adam Salatyan, president of the Engineering Association. He has built a scale technology businesses across global markets and is a strong advocate for positioning Armenia as a high-tech engineering hub. He is now focused on advancing the shift from engineering services to high-tech manufacturing. Dr. Yerevan Zoryan, everyone knows Dr. Yerevan Zoryan, President of Synopsys Armenia and Chief Architect and Fellow at Synopsys. He is also President of IAE Test Technology Technical Council and adjunct professor at the University of British Columbia. Dr. Zoryan holds 45 US patents, has authored 4 books and published over 350 reviewed papers. He has received numerous awards, including IAE Industrial Pioneer Award, the Hans Carlson Award, Armenia's National Medal of Science. He is one of the key figures behind the Armenian semiconductor ecosystem. And if anyone can speak honestly about this, it is him. Alexander Yasan, CEO of Firebird AI, leading one of the most ambitious AI infrastructure projects in the region. An entrepreneur and investor, he is co-founder of Firebird AI and team group of companies. Through Firebird, he is working to build modern AI ecosystem in Armenia, aimed at elevating local talent and attracting global innovation. Let's start with the broader picture. Vinay, let me come to you first. You have framed TRIP as a way to turn connectivity into shared prosperity. Critical minerals are named as a priority outcome for the 2026 TRIP implementation framework. What does US strategic commitment to Armenian mineral sector look like in practice? And what financial tools are available to give investors and American companies a clear pathway in?
Well, thank you, Gohar, for moderating this panel, and it's wonderful to be with such esteemed colleagues and counterparts, and thank you to Armenia for hosting all of us. On your question, I think maybe starting a little bit broader on our own commitments to globally to supply chain around AI and critical minerals. And I think in this administration, there's a real leaning in on the idea that it's part of our foreign policy and an axis of our foreign policy to focus on semiconductors and critical minerals. And there's 2 sort of complementary efforts doing that where I think it's important as we think about Armenia and the South Caucasus. The first is Pax Silica, which is our effort to really focus on AI and supply chain management, and I think from a very vertical basis, which is how Armenia looks at it, sort of from the mineral to the chip and its implementation in the data center. And there we've started to put countries together, strategic partners. It's a framework that we have. We've dedicated $250 million for efforts and funding efforts and ideas that would help secure that supply chain. And then the other effort that we have is called FORGE, the Forum for Resource Geostrategic Engagement, which is really our critical minerals framework. And that's really backed by, and really where there's teeth in this, is a $12 billion, we call Project Vault, which is for the first time the US is doing a strategic reserve for critical minerals like we are for, we have for oil. And that $12 billion opportunity also opens up one in markets like Armenia, because now you have, for us, tools like DFC and EXIM to finance all levels of, from critical mineral all the way up to the supply chain, and it creates opportunities for investment to fill that strategic reserve. So that's, I think those are some of the tools and the framing for which our commitment to Armenia and globally exists. I think if I connect it to the work I'm doing now, it's much along the TRIP corridor, which is this byproduct of the agreement that we have between Armenia and Azerbaijan, this 42.5 kilometer path where we'd like to see rail, digital, and energy outcomes. And if you think about just the rail, the minerals opportunities that exist in Armenia, and taking those from extraction, we know there's great geology in Armenia, and connecting it to TRIP. TRIP, if you think of as a trunk, and then if you think of a spur, whether it's by truck or by rail, there's a real opportunity to drive commercial traffic there. And for us, we don't think the two are divorced. TRIP is a trunk, but if you don't have cargo on that connectivity, then it's just a bit of a stranded asset. And if you just have the critical minerals and you don't connect it, well, then that's just a stranded resource. And so we think there's a real opportunity in our engagement with Armenia, which has really intensified over the last year, to connect critical minerals and chip production. And of course, we have a long history with Synopsys and everything that Dr. Yerevan and others have done, Firebird, and the counterparts here, Alex and others will talk about that. But we think there's a real opportunity. We know Armenia is open for business, allows 100% foreign ownership. So that's why there is a commitment and why we think TRIP sort of serves as a backbone.
You mentioned Pax Silica. I remember that during Van's visit we were discussing about how Armenia can be part of the Pax Silica. So my next question to Ruben, Armenia has a mining modernization plan and the critical minerals are priority. At the same time, the country is positioning itself across value chain, from engineering talent to AI and semiconductors. So what is government's strategy for moving from minerals to higher value activities, and especially in semiconductors and AI, and positioning Armenia as a node in global semiconductor supply chain? And how do you scale this?
Thank you. I think we're in the final stage of high-tech strategy. Most probably within the 2 months, we'll have that in place. It's, from one side, it's very difficult to connect the mineral modernization strategy with the high-tech strategy or with chips or with others. But if we will go deep into that, everyone should understand today that the value is not in the raw materials, but the value is in the application, the technology and the products where you are using those minerals. Just an example, for example, in like electric vehicles, 30% of the cost of electric vehicles are batteries because of the minerals, because it's like they are using lithium ion, and everyone is now is looking for a new type of materials which they can use as a battery packs, as battery modules in electric vehicles. The same is related to inverters, again inside the electric vehicles. And like there are wars for those minerals. Chips is something, it's a high tech, but even within the vehicle, if you are trying to create something with high quality and with less cost, so you have to focus on minerals. From the high-tech strategy perspective, for us now it's clear that Armenia's strategy and vision is to position Armenia as a deep tech crossroad and innovation hub, which means that our goal is to transform from IT service provider to the technology, to the tech production and high-value products production. And Armenia has strong position here. I mean, not to compete with big markets, not to compete with like mass production, but Armenia have a strong position in some niches. And one of these, of course, is the semiconductor supply chain. But again, if we're trying to connect minerals with the semiconductor capacity that we have today in Armenia, it's something different, because if you are looking into the market, into our ecosystem, high-tech ecosystem, you will find many high-tech companies with the focus on semicon. But all of those companies, they are fabless companies. They don't have production inside their companies. Like you have mentioned, Synopsys, AMD, Microchip, Cisco, Siemens EDA, all of those companies, National Instruments, but National Instruments, they have production in Dresden and somewhere else. But all of these companies, they're fabless. Why they're fabless? Because it's costly and it's difficult. So if you are focusing on R&D innovation and on production, that means that you are losing flexibility. These companies are focused on fabless, on design and R&D, on innovation. And they're outsourcing production to TSMC, to Global Foundry. But again, so that's why when I'm saying like we can connect minerals with high tech, it's not always like connecting existing minerals and potential only with chip production. There are many applications where still we can have the strong opportunity to position Armenia as a source of minerals or a source of technology which will use those minerals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, you have seen both the policy and the technology side of the energy equation. Armenia is building AI infrastructure, and critical minerals extraction and AI infrastructure are both require significant energy. What does reliable, clean energy need to look like to support minerals to chip pipeline? And where does advanced nuclear microreactor technology fit into this vision?
Well, thank you, Gohar. And again, to echo Benny's comments, thank you for the warm reception we received in Armenia. It was wonderful for my first trip here, so hopefully it'll be one of many. To answer your question, it looks like an energy mix. We used to say at the department, and I'm not taking ownership of this, but on all of the above strategy, you do nuclear, you do gas, you do renewables even, you do hydro, whatever you have that you can leverage to your advantage to get to that next phase, and you do it in a methodical approach. You can't flip a switch and go from one source of energy to the next, and especially when it comes to to the power demands, the draw that these technologies and innovations are going to need. You're looking at upgrading the grid, modernizing it. And we're one to talk. In the U.S., we have our own grid problems, but again, all that enables the extraction, the refinement and the fabrication of the rare earths that convert into useful minerals for application. So you also leverage partnerships. You have NVIDIA. You have at the other end of the dais here. You have Firebird that put in, I think, 400 million or 500 million actually, up towards 4 billion down the road. So these are very positive indicators that there's a concerted effort to look at the country, to look at the resources that it has, and to achieve a desired end state. Now, having said that, you have one grid, or and reliance on the grid and the draw on the grid for this type of energy usage is tremendous. And these type of fabrication needs are also highly intensive kind of endeavors. So the role of a microreactor in this regard, which differs from a small modular because it's not small, and obviously will leave the large plant that Armenia has aside. The beauty of a microreactor is that it's reliable, it's safe, it's clean, it's deployable. You can scale it, you can tweak it up or down. We like to use the whole toy kid that kids used to have, the Lego blocks, and say, okay, if we need 2 or more of these, and we don't have to draw on the grid. They're independent of the grid, which makes them that much more attractive. There's a redundancy factor here, so that if you have one that goes offline, you can have another one to back it up. So there are very, very, very many positive attributes of a micro. The fact that it can go to a remote location and or an undeserved community, for example, and displace the supply chain of diesel, which I'm not knocking the diesel community, but let's face it, it's not as clean and as nuclear is, and I'm kind of surprised that the green movement never embraced nuclear as the way they should, which is a topic for another conversation. But I do think that those are the things, those are the factors that go into why it's important to look at all these all the above kind of things. And the question is if Armenia is going to be at that point where it becomes part of the the Western supply chain for advanced nuclear or advanced energy fuels and components.
Thank you, John. I think this answer gets me directly to Alexander. So Firebird is building one of the largest AI GPU clusters globally. A $4 billion project backed by NVIDIA, announced alongside Vice President Vance and enabled by US expert license. And they say that it exceeds what the UAE and Saudi Arabia have received. So just few years ago, Armenia wasn't in the most investors radar, right? But coming back to the project itself and energy, what were the real barriers you had to overcome to make this happen? I know part of the answer already. And what does your experience tell other investors about what is actually possible in Armenia today?
Thanks, Gohar. Thanks, colleagues, as well. It's a pleasure to be on this panel, first of all. And regarding Firebird, yes, I mean, we announced the project last year. As you know, there is, of course, a big trust from US government on Firebird. Firebird is US company. So as you know, not many companies have been granted such large cluster deployment in what we call BIS licensed countries, and Armenia being BIS licensed country. So first of all, I want to also use this opportunity to thanks also to US government for the support, and with this TRIP initiative in the region, I think it created also momentum for us as a US company as well to start thinking about what is possible to do in the region, because at the end these kind of big clusters mainly used with what we call hyperscalers, the big companies who are using AI. So there are small clusters which being deployed now around the world, and there are big clusters like the second phase that we announced with Vice President Vance on $4 billion investment, which includes 41,000 GB300 chips. So this kind of deployments is for large usage, and that's why it's important to have regional clusters for US companies to serve the services regionally. So if you look back 20-25 years ago, when internet started developing around the world, it was data centers which start being built out, right? And it took 10 years, maybe 15 years to deploy many data centers. It was very much concentrated in United States and Europe mostly later. Then it started being built out in other regions. The reason that it took so long, because also internet was gradually developing. Now, as there is already infrastructure in place with AI tools like ChatGPT, Moment, what we call in 2022 launch, we saw the adoption is much higher rate than anybody would expect. Now it's accelerating. So 22, 23, today is AI is in most of the applications. So this gives another opportunity for Firebird to provide services mostly to US companies to serve also the region, and Armenia being very well positioned for this from two perspectives. One is the availability of energy. So Armenia was among very few countries who has excess of energy that time, with a lot of solar being built out. So we had even time when we have to shut down some production because of the excess of the capacity. So that's one of the reasons. Second is connectivity itself. So Armenia is also very well connected in the region when it comes to serving what is called 5-hour direct flight range. So all the neighboring countries within 5-hour direct flight path can be served from the data center here. So any big company who want to provide services in Central Asia, in Europe, they can use Armenia as a hub for that. So we are fortunate that we started this project, and now we are also discussing with US government to see how we can expand this approach and unlock other regions as well.
Thank you, Alec. Yerevan, so what we are speaking here is like we have energy, different sources for energy. We have AI infrastructure, one of the biggest in the region. We have tech strategy about the semiconductors, and this is kind of clear path from minerals to chips value proposition in the region. So you have been for among the first to recognize Armenia's engineering potential and have spent decades building it. And today Synopsys has more than 1,200 engineers contributing to this word is difficult, angstrom era chip development. What does this trajectory tell us about Armenia? What Armenia can realistically contribute to the global semiconductor value chain today?
Thanks, Gohar. Thank you for the panel. Thanks for the Yerevan dialogue itself. It's quite exciting to see this whole set of experts discussing what Armenia's potential is and could be. In the semiconductor domain, yes, we started some time ago, and we started in a particular aspect of semiconductor, which happened to grow over time. Today, we are at an era of pervasive intelligence. Everything is becoming more and more intelligent. And the pervasive intelligence needs a backbone. And that backbone is the semiconductors. They are the chips. The chips are the ones that provide the intelligence for us. And for us to be able to create that intelligence, we have to create the chips. Now, creating chips has two components. There is the design of the chips and the manufacturing of the chips. So both are important. However, if I look at a book, you have the authors of the book and the print shop that prints the book, right? The authors are the ones who provide the content, the innovation, the actual essence of the book. And Armenia is very strong in that. The designing of the chips are the authors. Yes, we have few print shops in Taiwan, in Korea, or elsewhere, which will continue to be. Of course, we can contribute there as Armenia as well with the minerals. Those special critical minerals are really important for the manufacturing, for individual dies, for individual chips, and also for multi-die modules. The advanced chips are multiple dies sitting together. The connections between them need special minerals. Inside the chip, the accuracy of the transistors need those special minerals. The speed that you have to create to process needs those special minerals. So if we can supply that, which we are contributed to the manufacturing. But back, I think our real strength is in authoring the books, authoring the chips. Most of the companies that were mentioned here before, you mentioned them, are in this domain, are in the domain of creating. Now, you mentioned angstrom. It's true. Angstrom is 1/10 of a nanometer, and we keep shrinking. With that, we need to reinvent our talents. So we come back to the talents. We need to have always ongoing invention of talents, recreation of skills, in order to be able to go hand in hand with what is new. Now, the good news is that we do have that potential talent in Armenia. We do have multinationals that can bring that technology, but we also have two governments that are collaborating. Since last August, there was an MOU signed for semiconductors and AI between the US government and the Armenia government. And we're thankful for that, because that will ease the export control aspects and we'll be able to bring even more advanced technologies here. Today we're using 14 angstrom in Armenia, which is the most advanced node with Intel and TSMC, and we'll be able to bring even more with the export control easiness that we will see in the coming months.
Thank you. You were speaking about like design, how like our strengths in chip design, and Mr. Minister was mentioning about like Armenia becoming R&D hub. So my question to Aram, because for many years you were advocating like Armenia's transfer from services to manufacturing, correct? So you have been making this case to move to high-tech manufacturing, with semiconductor supply chain becoming strategic priority, and companies looking to diversify and the risk from Asia-concentrated production. Does Armenia have a realistic path towards advanced semiconductor manufacturing, not just design and R&D as just mentioned, and what needs to be in place for that to happen?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. Allow me to start speaking about engineering in general, and then I'll come back to semiconductor. I should say that Armenia is now an engineering-rich country. Engineering has achieved pretty sophisticated levels of innovation, innovative products, high-tech, sophisticated, complex products that are successful in the global markets. The next move for engineering would be manufacturing. Every engineering product must land in the factory floor before it gets to the market. This is the logical continuation of engineering. If we don't make this move, we will remain a design house, if you will. We will remain a service country, and we will never be able to capture the benefits and the revenue that comes from manufacturing, from production. A good analogy would be, we would be a brain without a body. There's also another risk if we don't get into manufacturing. We are seeing that a big part of engineering may move to where manufacturing is taking place. So we may risk losing the engineering that we have now if we don't solve the manufacturing problem. So this is real. Now let me come back to semiconductor. Semiconductor, again, it's a lot of success in Armenia, from EDA development, IC design, but also measurement, validation, characterization, production test. We have that knowledge too. We have companies in Armenia that do very sophisticated measurement and characterization for companies outside of Armenia. So the natural entrance for Armenia to get into the semiconductor manufacturing is what we call OSATs. It stands for Outsourced Semiconductor Assembly and Test. These are big factories. This is at the end of the semiconductor cycle. So Armenia is very well positioned from a knowledge and expertise point of view to get into this OSAT business. That would be a great entry. And that would be our entry into semiconductor manufacturing. The second possible entry point in semiconductor is really to investigate niche chips. For example, optics. It doesn't require the latest technologies. These are 90 nanos and above. Pretty common. Yet there is a big shortage in the marketplace. Both optical chips, RF chips, high power chips. The world market will be happy to have yet one more production of this type of chips. And this is again all technology chips. We don't need this angstrom level. So that's another entry point. So these are two. Now you ask what should be done to make this happen. And the solution is also simple. So first, as they say, we need industrial infrastructure. But industrial infrastructure is also not enough. We need an ecosystem. An ecosystem based on the infrastructure that will accelerate the move of Armenia into manufacturing. Similar to the engineering city, which accelerated, it was an ecosystem that accelerated engineering in development in Armenia. So if we can create what we call now factory city, which is again, it's an ecosystem where it will be a place for high-tech production. There will be shared services to accelerate our entrance into manufacturing and also to bring the barrier of entrance low because of shared equipment, shared services, equipment, and so on and so forth. So that would be a solution to getting into manufacturing. The second, if I may also add that, of course, the main accelerator will be, though, to be able to bring an anchor factory to Armenia, like an MNC for manufacturing. All, even engineering and software and semiconductor, all started in Armenia based on anchor companies. So we need a few anchor manufacturing companies. And they would be interested to come because of the engineering talent that we have. So it will be a combination of R&D and production in one location. And I believe that's a dynamite proposal. So that would be my answer.
Thank you very much. And you know, Enterprise Armenia is promoting for MNCs to come to Armenia, and all these insights that you are giving are very important for promoting foreign investors, investments, and multinational company interests like to bring to Armenia. So you speak about infrastructure, so maybe my next question is to Ruben. Ruben, we keep saying that Armenia has like the ecosystem, startup ecosystem very like vibrant ecosystem. And we have already like 4 billion investment announced in Firebird AI, which is like the AI infrastructure. And this project brings together US government support, private capital, and Armenian technical talent in place. What does this signal about the government broader vision for tech sector? And how do you ensure projects like this build real local capability, just build manufacturing around it, and not just host foreign infrastructure?
Thank you for the question. So, August 8, MOU signed between US government and Armenian government, and after that, the things started to move faster. Expert license for GPUs, interest in Armenian infrastructure and talent, and that success stories, which are like real journey, it's not the final success, it's a process that we're passing all together, like our colleagues from private, government, academia, our partners in Europe, in US. And actually, that success brought to another success. I would like to share that without announcing the company name. But you know that for several years, we're struggling with one thing. From one side, it's export control to Armenia for hardware or for some technologies. From other side, it's about access for our engineers to cutting edge technologies in US, in West, and in other countries. So you should have that access so you are able to leverage all the resources that you are getting from the same GPUs that you have in Armenia or you will have in Armenia. For several years we were talking about moving Armenia from Group D to Group B in order to give like the second chance or opportunity to our engineers, to our ecosystem to grow fast. We struggled a lot. We met a lot with our semiconductor companies in Armenia. What to do, how to move forward. Group D, Group B, it's a long journey. So then we have decided the following. We have to consolidate our effort and we have to focus. We don't have too much resources to spread. And together with you, Gohar, together with your team, together with the ministry team, we don't understand that let's focus on one thing. But first of all, let's bring everyone to one table around breakfast. We met with semiconductor teams, we met with all unions, associations in Armenia, technological associations, and we have decided to prepare a paper, proposal, letter to US government that, guys, we're moving fast, we're trusted partners, it's time to move forward and to provide access to the cutting edge technologies for our engineers. I would like to share step by step, but we have success right now. One company, then we have decided to move forward with site licensing, and I would like to share that one company got the expert license, access to the cutting edge technologies for their sites in Armenia. Actually, when I got that call and that message from the CEO of that company, I was crying, to be honest, because it was a long, long journey for me. More than 2 years. I had like several priorities, and that one was one of the highest priorities for me. And I know that still other companies have to pass through that journey. But as I mentioned, focus will bring to scale, and we have to move forward with that focus step by step. So congratulations to everyone, and I think that we will have success with other companies as well. And the same is related to the AI factories or Firebird project. As Alexander mentioned, it's the Firebird will provide a service to the US-based companies. It can be like that. Just a strong infrastructure in Kotayk region. But Armenian government committed to utilize and committed, Armenian government showed that this is our vision for making Armenia strong innovation and deep tech hub. Armenia committed to utilize some part of GPUs in order to build the capacity, to increase productivity inside the public administration services. The rest to provide to academia, to innovators, to research teams, to startups. Why? So Bagrat, I think Bagrat is here. He's always mentioning that we would like to build Formula One drivers, not a taxi drivers. Thank you, Bagrat, for those words, because we are investing into the future of Armenia, into the future of our ecosystem, into the future of our engineers, into the future of Armenia in general. And I would like to mention one thing. I would like to thank every Armenians in the world, because every Armenian is part of our reality, is part of our ecosystem, is part of our tech ecosystem, is part of our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Yerevan, so we speak about growing interest around Armenia, like investment interest, and we speak about multinational presence. So my question to you is for international technology companies. Is it working? Okay, for international technology companies, here evaluating whether to establish or expand engineering operations in Armenia, what is the honest case you would make, and what gaps still need to be addressed before Armenia reaches its full potential as a semiconductor hub that Mr. Simonian is mentioning, like promoting?
Yes. Of course, there are multiple components, but the most important, as I mentioned before, is the talent. You need a strong talent hub in order to create that. Now, today that talent hub is the human talent and the AI talent working in partnership. We're not doing anymore our activities by ourselves. In the semiconductor domain, for instance, our co-pilots, our agents, even orchestrating multiple agents to design a chip is already given. You cannot design one chip by yourself with 1 trillion transistors. It's a huge amount. You need many agents, and those agents have to collaborate with each other. So what we need, I think, we need very good human talents who are experts, who can manage those agents, who can orchestrate the entire effort and make sure that the outcome is correct. For that, we need education, we need training, we need collaboration between high-end hubs and Armenia as well. And we can be a model for that. Today, we are a model in preparing talents. This morning, at the EU summit, we signed an LOU, a letter of intent, with EU, showing that what we developed in Synopsys Armenia for educating new talents is a model that EU can utilize, and we can export it to different EU countries that are creating their own competency hubs throughout EU. So Armenia being a model in preparing talents is also a given today. We have to increase and evolve over time.
Thank you, and congratulations on the MOU. This is really great achievement. So we speak about talent, and I would like just to ask a question to Alexander, because Alexander, you have described Firebird vision as democratizing access to advanced AI and building a launchpad for innovation for Armenia in the world. In that vision, how does this AI infrastructure, world-class infrastructure, connect Armenia's semiconductor R&D, its mineral resources as a strategic input, and its engineering talent?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think thanks also, Ruben, for adding the Armenian element of Firebird. I talked about the US element that secured or provided possibility to make large-scale project in Armenia. But with this large-scale project that I mentioned, that US companies are mostly the users, of course, it contributes also to Armenia, specifically with the compute, which is currently sold out everywhere. So every GPU, for you to imagine, every GPU that is live now and operating around the world is basically sold out. So we are launching our first phase, which is 6,000 GPUs in a month or so, in a weeks from now, and it's sold by multiple times basically. So we have demand much higher than that 6,000. We already have a contract for the second phase, which is 40,000 GPU that I mentioned. So having this type of resource in the country, you can imagine what kind of value it brings. And the contract for that Ruben was mentioning, the Armenian government that secured part of the compute for local companies, researchers, startups, or government, provide, I think, huge opportunity for our ecosystem to provide services or learn or develop software, right? If we want to compete as a country, or our companies want to compete in the space of the cloud, for example, infrastructure, you are not able to compete because it's already established infrastructure around the world. Google's and others already dominating that sector. So entering to something that is already dominated with big players is, not to say impossible, but almost impossible. So in AI space, now everything is happening. So you are in the same level as other giant companies as well. To Yerevan's points, now there is agents that you can start using, and you can start coding, you can start creating software and compete with Google at the same, being like very small company, just having access to GPUs. So this is where Firebird is important for our country, where our companies, and we as Firebird as well, we also decided that we will invest into these companies as well in the form of GPUs. So any company, any researcher, any organization that is, will have something to prove that need GPUs to do their research, we are happy as well to contribute. So this create a unique opportunity for the country, and as well, both on learning, on creating. So I think we need to use this, and this window of opportunity will not last forever. I mean, we are talking about maybe a couple of years, maybe 3 years, that we will have advantage. Literally, at the end, I mean, everyone will start having compute or some sort of access to the compute, right? So now we have advantage. For example, we start talking with several universities in the United States, like Stanford, Harvard, like top universities, MIT, and researchers there are literally fighting for 1-2 GPU to have access to. So now we talked with Armenian universities, now we told them that you can connect with US universities to do joint research, and then we provide compute to you. So it's also create now opportunity for our universities to collaborate. So there is this momentum that I think we need to use, and Firebird will be unlocking kind of that very important element of access to GPUs.
Thank you, that is amazing. Yeah, indeed, like many research companies and researchers really are lacking compute, and I think like Armenian researchers and are really very lucky to have infrastructure like Firebird AI. My question next is to Aram, and I think like Engineering Association sits in intersection of industry, academia, and government. And we speak about having compute, like about having like access to that compute and deep talent, right? But for semiconductor and deep tech companies evaluating Armenia today, I think there are some open questions yet to be answered. And what does the talent pipeline look like in Armenia in terms of depth, specialization, and scalability, and where are the gaps that still needs investment?
Thank you, Kohar. Okay, in terms of talent, everybody's talking about talent and the availability of talent, and really there are at least 4 major universities in Armenia. And then every MNC has an academic program on its own. And then the different ecosystems have their own talent development systems, starting from high school to bachelor's and master's. So really, you would think everything is covered. But let me come back to manufacturing. What manufacturing needs is what is called vocational schools. because the factories, the backbone of factories, or the factories are run by technicians. Even if it's robotized, it could be a completely robotized factory. And most likely our factories will be fully robotized, but we still need technicians. And in Armenia, we are lacking the vocational schools. We have no holistic approach to vocational schools. So that is a major gap that has to be. Other than that, from manufacturing or production, there is we definitely need to introduce specializations like process control, which is production. And of course, when we talk about education, it's a whole system. Usually, it is not just universities; it's also research labs, it's equipment, ecosystems, and so on. And pretty much Armenia has them. So really, I will go back to stressing on the vocational school part.
Thank you. I would like to come back to maybe critical minerals, a topic, and like U.S. interest in this. John, you have spent decades in U.S. Army Special Operations and advised on technology and strategy on the highest levels of government. Critical minerals are now a key part of U.S. foreign policy, and as supply chains have become a national security issue. How should business and government think about the intersection of energy, security, mineral sovereignty, and U.S. strategic interest in the region like South Caucasus?
Thank you, Hargan. Simply put, I think the way to look at it is for Armenia to serve as a bridge for energy security and diversification of minerals and rare earths away from competitors and malign actors. That's kind of the bottom line. I mean, who heard of rare earths? You know, even a decade ago. Now they're pervasive. So it's important to have Western-aligned, entities, governments that have similar purposes and similar goals, and as I say, rowing in the same direction. In terms of the type of things that it may sound a little transactional, but sometimes if you have an economic project that serves as a forcing function for stability, whether it's regional or trans-Caucasus or even across Europe and other parts of the world. So in this particular area, the two major events that have occurred recently, obviously the TRIP initiative that we've already been discussed, which is a government, obviously enabled event, and then the more very specific, the 123 agreement signing by the Vice President back in February, which enables for commercial application of nuclear technology and transfer and technology and all sorts of support that comes with it, and that's a sizable amount. It's $4 billion and up to another double that, close to $5 billion. So we're talking almost $10 billion over the lifetime. So this is a very, very positive signal in terms of looking at stability in the region. I think from businesses could look at it from a public-private partnership, a P3 perspective. Again, maybe transactional, but it offsets some risk, and there are benefits to both parties involved, the government and the private sector entity taking that on. So those are kind of the most simplistic formulaic kind of approaches as to what can occur in this region, both from a government and a private sector perspective. They need to work in unison, and government needs to bring people to the table and to create the conditions for stability, because nobody likes a vacuum. So
I think now that the world is changing so fast that it's very difficult to say. My last question to Vinay, because we speak about TRIP initiative, and you are actively advancing TRIP initiative, and in your assessment, what distinguishes Armenia's critical mineral opportunity, which is one of those MOUs signed between our and U.S. government, from other frontier markets the U.S. has prioritized, and what conditions still need to be met before American capital moves at the scale the moment requires?
Well, thank you for that question and a very enlightening discussion. I appreciate getting the show me the money question, which is how do we bring capital at scale? I spent a long time in private equity, but it's ironically in government where that question comes up more. And as John said, a lot of that is driven by the types of tools that he described that the US has, but a lot of countries have, and I think working together can make a real difference in Armenia. I think, though, to drive it at scale, there is, without getting in trouble, but there was two metaphors that were used, and I'd like to sort of try and see if we could build on those. Dr. Yerevan mentioned this idea of a printing press on one end, which Taiwan may have major fabs, and then the authors, which is the talent that Armenia has. And then Aram talked about the talent is the brain, but you need the entire body. I think there's a little bit of tension in that I think maybe Dr. Yerevan was saying that the big fabs that Taiwan has, we may not have. Aram argued, I think, for advanced manufacturing and going back to investment. How do you get into that? I would argue that maybe Armenia's position is somewhere in the middle. There's a lot of wind in the sails. There's things like our bilateral relationship, Europe's attention, that is really going to drive growth, that can really drive investment. And Armenia has a lot going from it, including its policy environment. But I think if we look at the metaphors, maybe if Dr. Yerevan's metaphor first about when we think about critical minerals in that space, I often think about what Armenia has unique to a lot of other frontiers market is both the geology and the talent. And that means that it has both the authors and the words, if the authors are the talent and the geology are the words. And Dr. Aram referred to the engineering talent as well. But I think there are parts between the talent, the words, and how you write better books, how you have other components that go into the printing press, if you will. Where does some of the paper get made and the ink? And I think that is where a lot of investment can still happen in Armenia. We can't necessarily jump to the large end state. I think Firebird is an example of a major facility, but it's not trying to be a 1 gigawatt dedicated data center. It's sized right, and it's ambitious, and it's taking advantage of export licenses that were granted due to partly an improving bilateral relationship. And so taking advantage of those types of opportunities are important. But we also have to recognize that if Armenia needs both the brain and the body, that the body that Armenia has today is of a 25, 30-year-old. And the right body is actually one my age, 40 to 50. People don't know that, but it's really where you want to be. And how you get there, I think, is by improving some small things. So, for example, if we want to see investment in the mineral sector, if I can be frank, we need better geological data. And it's one thing that we want to help Armenia with. There's definitely large reserves here, but if it's going to meet international standards and bring in investment, we'll need to do more geological data. There's some challenges around ownership in critical minerals as well, I think, that we'll need to resolve. And as John has laid out, Armenia has done extensive things. It has, in some ways, one could almost be jealous of the energy mix, but it could be doing even more. And I think there's a real opportunity on how we as an international community can bring finance and bring private sector to that area. So, you know, these are some of the areas where I think larger investments can come. Things will need to be addressed. In our own country, we're dealing with the challenge now of permitting. There's a book called Breakneck that I often refer to, written by Dan Wang, that argues that China is an engineering state and the United States is a lawyerly state, and we spend too much time lawyering and not having the same ambition to build out quickly. That we need to do a little bit more of that China's gone almost too extensively in the engineering side of things, and then has lost environmental protections and other things. I think in a place like Armenia, it's ideally sized, and the desires there and the vision from the government to really be able to do both and to move quickly, and I think that's our interest.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this balanced feedback about like the gaps that still needs to be addressed and for the opportunities that we need to leverage on. Thank you very much. I think we are, maybe if the organizers will allow us, we can have like 10 minutes Q&A session, or we are running out of time. Okay, who can answer? Okay, maybe just questions from the audience. Any question? Just, and I would like to, yeah. Please go ahead. Yes.
No mic? Okay, just a short question. I'm from Constantine Gateway. It's an NGO based in Brussels, 1.3 operation in Syria. Quick question: does Europe in your view, or Europe and other stakeholders except China and US ready for critical raw materials? Market booming these days. So is other stakeholders are ready?
Just who wants to comment? Just 1 minute, leave.
If you mean the EU, we work with them closely, and I think are interested in the infrastructure investment. Our own interests, I think, as I mentioned in our foreign policy, critical minerals is an axis of important investment. I can't speak for the Europeans. I'd defer you to the EU and to individual countries, but I imagine the interest is strong to see how you can invest in Armenia as well. Our of course, interest is to drive American investment here.
Thank you. And maybe 2 more questions, please.
Thank you. Artyom Gegamyan. I am the executive chairman of the International Chamber of Mines of Armenia, and at the same time managing partner of Tabia Legal, and we do a lot of work on defense, energy, critical minerals, and also I would like to appreciate the work that Enterprise Armenia does under Goar's leadership, and also we help to facilitate international investments in the mining sector of Armenia. My question is to Vinay. You mentioned two major challenges about geological data. I agree with you, and there is the government strategy of Armenia to improve or to bring our geological reporting standards to CRISCO or to 43101 or JORG, but it's still, we have a long way to go. But I'd like to hear more about, you said also the ownership structures of the existing current mining operations in Armenia. So what's your vision, and what is there on the agenda? So how you or how the Armenian government, with the help of the international community or the relevant stakeholders, are going to change the ownership structures? As I understand, if the existing structure is a challenge, then it has to be changed. So what is the mechanism to do that? Thank you.
Thank you. On the critical minerals geological data, I think there is a desire to work cooperatively between Armenia and the US, and how we can help with the US Geological Service is one example of where we're exploring opportunities, and then of course a critical minerals MOU potentially between Armenia and the United States government. On your latter question, I want to be careful that when we think about TRIP and our investment in the region, and I think we heard it this morning as well in the opening session, this should not be about great power competition. It's not a binary choice between one or the other. But the question was really about American investment at scale. And I think the ownership today makes some of that a challenge. And so we need to see some consolidation. It's partly it is Armenian jurisdiction and Armenian sovereignty, and I think we respect that and how that works. But if we're going to drive investment, we'll have to think about how we get some consolidation. I probably can't go further than that, but happy to have additional conversations if you have some ideas on how we might help Armenia on that front. I don't know if the minister has something additional.
Okay, thank you. And the last question? I think we have no more question. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you for being with us and our distinguished panelists. Thank you for engaging discussion. What I can say is that there is real convergence, like energy, talent, infrastructure, and the right frameworks, what we need just to move fast. But what I love to also say, keep the focus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Transformation of the international system. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Rachel Rizzo, a senior fellow of Observer Research Foundation, United States of America. Dear moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right. Welcome everyone to, I think, is this the fourth Yerevan Dialogue or third? The third, okay, the third Yerevan Dialogue, but the first day of the third Yerevan Dialogue. So it's wonderful to be here with everyone. I've already heard and had many interesting conversations and interesting panels, and this one is going to be no different. As you can see from the title, this is a very topical conversation that we're going to have, regional subsystems as shock absorbers in the transformation of the international system. So, you know, there's this major question right now where we're seeing a transformation of the international system that's marked by intensifying great power competition, multilateral consensus starting to erode. We're seeing the weaponization of economic interdependence. As an American, you know, we know that rule book very, very well over the last few years. We're seeing the resurgence of hard security concerns, and there's this question about whether we're in a new normal or if we're in a transitional phase where a new world order emerges. And there's a question about the roles that regional subsystems play in this emergence. Are they able to absorb geopolitical shocks? Can they manage spillover effects? Are they experimenting with alternative governance models, and do they have the institutional trust, know-how mechanisms in order to do that? And so it raises a lot of really interesting questions about things like resilience, state sovereignty, connectivity, security architecture. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about today through the lens specifically here in the South Caucasus. And we have a phenomenal panel with us today, Tatiana Makura, who's the Minister in charge of Gender Equality and the Prevention of Home-Based Violence and Political and Economical Empowerment of Women here from Serbia. Welcome. We have Batir Tursunov, who's the Deputy Secretary General of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We have Christian Mesaros, who's the Director of Partnerships and Global Affairs at NATO. We have Areg Kochinyan, who's the President of the Research Center on Security Policy here in Armenia. Dr. Farhad Mamadov, who's the Director for the Center for Studies of the South Caucasus here from Azerbaijan. Welcome. And then, of course, Michael Sasir, who's a researcher at the RAND Corporation. And so we don't have that much time. We have about 45 minutes, but the last few minutes are going to be for audience questions. So I want to get right into it. Farhad, I wanted to start with you to kind of scene set for us, if you will, to tell us about how you assess the South Caucasus' strategic significance in this specific moment. Are we looking at a theater of great power rivalry? Are we seeing a real opportunity for the broader international system really to look at this region as an emergent path for a new type of multilateral system that's emerging? Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I'll try to answer your questions in my remarks. I'd like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers for inviting us to the Yerevan Dialogue, for the opportunity to speak. Regarding the region and transformation of international system, I want to mention several points. Firstly, the United Nations is effectively paralyzed, and the veto power in the UN Security Council has led to inaction in the face of wars and conflicts. At the regional level, OSCE has lost its relevance. In Europe today, there is neither real security nor genuine cooperation. For many years, the OSCE engaged in what appeared to be a simulation of efforts to resolve the Armenian-Azerbaijan conflict, efforts that more closely resembled conflict management than true settlement. The countries responsible for the international security system also failed to effectively address the post-war situation after 2020. Manipulative mediation, first by Russia and later by the European Union and the Biden administration, has not succeeded. As a result, the bilateral format has become the only viable option. These days, Armenia is hosting a meeting of the European political community, a possible future platform for European consultations without Russia, Belarus, the United States, but first time in Yerevan with Canada. This format remains at the level of annual summits, but aims to become a platform for consultations between EU member states and their neighbors. Its institutionalization may become possible after the end of the war initiated by Russia against Ukraine. Alongside these, military political blocs created in Europe are also experiencing a crisis, including NATO and CSTO. At the same time, the key contradictions within both blocs involve the very countries around which these alliances were formed. The main idea I would like to share in this part: in a time of global disorder, regional ownership and bilateral responsibility are becoming the only viable path to stability. Secondly, what does this mean for our region? Today, the South Caucasus is a region only in a geographical sense. In geopolitical and economic terms, it's a divided region. The South Caucasus includes all the major projects of Eurasia. Here we see NATO and CSTO, the customs space of the European Union and the Eurasian Economic Union, OSCE and Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The South Caucasus is also viewed as a part of the Middle East. In China, the region is seen as part of the land routes of the Belt and Road Initiative. And all of this exists within a very small geographic area. Over the past 35 years, the countries of the region have pursued different development strategies. 3 countries have chosen different priorities and have taken steps to integrate into different blocs and unions. This includes Armenia and Georgia. Azerbaijan has chosen a strategy of non-alignment, giving priority to bilateral and trilateral formats. At present, a certain transformation is taking place in those countries of the region that have integrated most deeply into military, political, and economic blocs. Armenia and Georgia are both facing difficulties with their previously chosen paths and key allies. Armenia with Russia and Georgia with the European Union. Azerbaijan is facing difficulties in its relations with institutions of the Council of Europe and the European Union. In recent years, Azerbaijan has been paying more attention to the Organization of Turkish States. Last year, Azerbaijan became a full participant in the consultative meetings of Central Asia. In other words, the new priority strategies of the countries of the South Caucasus do not bring their foreign policy priorities closer together, either now or in the future. This creates the conditions for the continuation of a divided region. However, the crisis of the international system, as well as of regional blocs and alliances, makes it necessary to ensure coordination of the regional agenda. Thirdly, new possible options of the region. In August 2025, in Washington, D.C., a peace agenda and sequence of steps toward peace were agreed between Azerbaijan and Armenia. This creates the conditions for signing a peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia, for normalization between Armenia and Turkey, and for the opening of communications. In this way, new options are emerging for the South Caucasus, with the countries of the region themselves acting as the main drivers of change. These processes do not resolve all the region's problems. For example, Russia occupied 2 regions of Georgia. However, the expected developments create a basis for shaping a regional agenda with the participation of all 3 countries of the South Caucasus. Azerbaijan and Armenia are engaging in a bilateral format, and only with agreement between Baku and Yerevan, 3rd countries can take part in different tracks of the negotiation process. This is a new formula for future activity. It allows complex issues to be addressed and leaves little room for manipulation by external actors. In Azerbaijan and Armenia, there is an understanding that external actors have their own strategies regarding the South Caucasus, and neither Azerbaijan nor Armenia can influence those strategies. However, through mutual agreement, they can guide these strategies in a constructive direction. In other words, through coordinated action, the countries of the region can manage the projection of power by external actors, play these strategies within constructive limits, and avoid becoming an arena for confrontation between larger and more powerful players. Competition among external actors in our region cannot be stopped, but it can be prevented from turning into open confrontation that would destabilize the region. Azerbaijan, in a trilateral format with Georgia and Turkey, has implemented numerous infrastructure projects that have ensured energy security and independence for our countries. This could be extended to the region as a whole. The emerging inclusive order increases the agency of both individual states and the region as a whole. The South Caucasus shows that even in conditions of weakened international system, wars, and ongoing conflicts, it's possible to develop a formula for survival and development. In conclusion, I would like to note that we are only at the initial stage of this process, and many of these directions still carry the risk of slowing down or even reversing. The shared peace agenda, together with steady progress in the peace process between Azerbaijan and Armenia, creates the conditions to bring this process to a lasting and irreversible conclusion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, sir. Michael, I want to come to you and stay focused on the South Caucasus a little bit before we zoom out and look at other regions. You know, you've looked at conditions under which various regional orders can either absorb or amplify system shocks. Do you think this region specifically has the institutional mechanisms and interregional trust that's necessary to function in this way? And if not, what needs to happen to create that? I think, you know, Farhad gave us a good foundation upon which to sort of build that vision, but I'd be interested to see what kind of your research has shown and what you've been working on in this space.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Rachel. Thank you to my co-panelists. Absolutely, thank you to Yerevan Dialogue, and for all of you for coming at 7 p.m. I know we're standing in the way of dinner, so I really appreciate that. When I was first reflecting on this question, my instinct was to respond with, obviously no. Obviously, the South Caucasus is not prepared to be an absorber of regional shocks, and it doesn't have the institutional mechanisms. And to some extent, that's plainly true. But upon further reflection, I started to realize that, well, actually, sort of, yeah, it's doing it already. And maybe that speaks to kind of the potential of the South Caucasus as a regional system. And of course, I'm speaking about the conflict, the war in Iran, where you have this exogenous event, this major contingency that for a long time, for years really, many of us who are watching the space, particularly in the defense space, were thinking about the South Caucasus as being an amplifying node in what might be an Iran contingency. So if there was a major war in Iran, that surely the risk of conflagration in the South Caucasus would only be larger. But we've actually seen the opposite. We've actually seen the South Caucasus play a role as a kind of moderating influence, where each of the three countries, varied in their foreign policies and governmental orientations though they are, have been fairly well aligned in terms of having pretty good relations with Washington, serviceable at least, and recognizing the need to maintain those serviceable relations. And secondarily, having cordial relations with Iran, understanding that there's a kind of a pragmatic neighborhood relationship with Iran is something that is in their interest. And so they've kind of walked a similar line. Now, this isn't to say that there's like some kind of an institutional mechanism with a secretariat and all the accoutrements of a regional order that one might normally expect that's servicing this kind of reaction. But I think it is the building blocks of that trust that's been facilitated by TRIP, by the peace process, that is actually allowing for a kind of alignment and coordination that we never would have expected to see in years past. Is it robust? I mean, I think, again, the answer is plainly no, right? There's still a long road ahead, and I think everybody in this room who watches this process would agree that, yes, there's a long way to go, and surely my co-panelists would agree with that as well. But realistically, the South Caucasus has been a source of contagion for the wider region, where you have the Georgia conflicts, the occupations of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. You had the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict over several decades. And the South Caucasus was really treated as a secondary theater for multiple great power competitions, for multiple great power rivalries. So is it robust right now? No. But those building blocks are being built. And the peace process in TRIP is really changing that dynamic. And I think we're seeing that in real time, where we have conflict is the conflict, in fact, has become a basis for cooperation through TRIP particularly. And that the process of actually ending that conflict and engaging in the peace process is creating a mechanism through TRIP in bringing everybody together on a pragmatic basis and say, yeah, we're part of this connectivity story. We're part of this pragmatic inter-regional exchange, and we all have a role to play. And that means that our contributions have to be in alignment. And so we're seeing that in real time at this great event, where we have panelists from all three states kind of looking at each other and nodding. And I was actually joking with some of my co-panelists earlier. I was saying, gosh, I hope we're not going to all come and say the same thing. You know, an Azerbaijani, an Armenian, and an American all come to the same panel and say the same thing. And I just realized, well, gosh, that's a kind of a historic thing to say, that there's actually a chance that we might have something very similar to say on a panel like this. I'll end on the point that there is precedent for this potential, and I think we've seen that in Central Asia with the C5 and the emergent C6 platform. And I think 5-10 years ago, the idea of the kind of cooperation and even harmonization that we've seen in Central Asia was virtually unthinkable, except by some very, foresighted people out there. I think, in the broad view, that was something that was not expected. And really a year ago, in some ways, TRIP was seen as something that was a long ways away. And so we're seeing, I think, the makings of a story that has an analog in Central Asia that's quite successful, and there can be something quite similar here. And one point I want to make about kind of the premise of this question, and I think a premise for a lot of the questions that's been asked at this conference, has been basically concern about the degradation of the global order, or the macro order, as you might put it in kind of a political science terminology. But these regional subsystems, these secondary architectures, these smaller orders, they are the building blocks for the reaccretion of macro order. or the rehabilitation of the current macro order. So I think that's something we're seeing in real time, and frankly, I think there's a lot of potential, but the devil is in the details. I mean, we have 3 countries that are talking, I think, a really great talk about connectivity and an exchange, and there's a lot of potential, but there's also, borders are still more closed than they need to be, and that's, I think, a first important step.
Thank you so much. So Areg, I want to come to you. I mean, Michael, you made very good points, but one was especially interesting, kind of talking about regional subsystems as a way to like go back to a macro order or to support a macro order. But, you know, I'm looking at the South Caucasus, and you mentioned TRIP specifically. I mean, this is very much supported by, pushed by the United States. And so I wonder, you know, you have small states, transitional states that are trying to do multiple things at once. They can at once be a theater for great power rivalry in some cases, but they're also independent agents that are trying to shape their own futures and their own security environment. So Areg, I wanted to come to you and ask you about, you know, Armenia, the South Caucasus specifically in this question. I want you to sort of expand on TRIP a little bit, but also what sort of innovations do you think could give Armenia and its neighbors greater sovereignty, and how important is the role now, and will it be in the future, the role of the U.S.?
First of all, I'm also grateful to the organizers and for the chance to have this speech. The very short answer would be the competition itself give that chance, because for a very long time, for decades, this region was basically the backyard of Russia. And by the way, Russia is the elephant in the room, whose name was given way too little throughout the day and also during this panel. To a level, the region was governed through 2 main conflicts that to a level were engineered by Russia. These are the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict and inner Georgian conflict, the conflict within Georgia with the Abkhaz and the Ossetians. And as I said, for a long time, the whole region was seen as a backyard. The whole region was governed by a single player. And now we are on a moment where the influence of Russia in South Caucasus is on its historical minimum. And that created chances for, on one side, other players to have bigger step or bigger footprint in our region. And on the other side, it gave the local players, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, a chance to, as you said, to play their own game, to gain a level of their own role, let's say, in the connectivity, in the economic diversification, etc., etc. Now going specifically to the project of TRIP, very often many experts connect the project to the current administration, and way too often say that the US is not a long-standing power, that this administration may lose its interest just as quickly as it gained that interest in this project. But what I want to stress out is that the project was interesting and was in the center of the negotiations with the previous administration as well. Meaning that the project itself is not something out of the bottle. It was a well-calculated US interest in our region. It's a part of Middle Corridor idea, let's say. As today in the morning, Prime Minister said the shortest east to west connection goes through Armenia. By the way, it's not the southern part. When we're talking about the shortest connection, it's not the Mehri route, it's the northern part. It's the connection between Kars, Gyumri, Vanadzor, Yerevan, Kazakh. This is actually the shortest way to connect Turkey to Azerbaijan and west to east. It's 100 kilometers shorter than the trip. But what I'm referring to is, on one hand, the fact that Russia got so little energy and so little amount of political energy and attention to this region made all of these developments possible on one hand.
And on the other hand, the countries of the region also showed level of maturity, which they were not showing for the last century at least. Because when I said that the conflict was engineered, that's true. But on the other hand, countries have done and the nations have done everything possible in order to deepen those conflicts, in order to make them even more bloody, in order to increase the hatred, etc., etc. So now what is happening during the last couple of years, as today again was mentioned by the President of France and the Prime Minister of Armenia, it has started by Armenia and Azerbaijan recognizing each other's territorial integrity, and then everything was built upon that. At a certain point, Armenia and Azerbaijan decided to coexist. This is still the narrow peace formula, where there is the border, east to the border there is Azerbaijan, west to the border there is Armenia. Nothing really further than that. We're not even sure where the border is because the delimitation and demarcation has to still happen. But it still is something which Mike rightfully pointed at, that it works. It already works. Because despite what's happening in Iran, despite what's happening between Russians and Ukrainians, and I guarantee that the Russians would love the continuation of the conflict if it were for them to decide. But right now they are not able, and the further Armenia and Azerbaijan would go in the development and deepening, let's say, of their relations and of the peace architecture, the less likely for Russians it would be to be able to restart the conflict. My colleague Farhad very often says we have two files, let's say. One file is the file of war, which is pretty big. We have a huge history of conflict, of war, of examples of that conflict. And then we have a tiny, very small file of peace, where we have at best 2 to 3 documents, one of which is not even yet signed. But the aim of our generation, and if we're specifically talking about our region and the architecture in which it can absorb the changes in the macro level, this file of peace, the larger it becomes, the more absorbable it becomes.
Okay, I want to bring in other organizations that maybe aren't officially located here. So NATO, the SCO. I want to bring in the Balkans a little bit. But Christian, I want to come to you. You lead global partnerships or global affairs and partnerships at NATO, and perhaps nowhere does NATO have closer partnerships than in the South Caucasus with countries that aren't officially members. I mean, Georgia has been a discussant about membership for maybe 2 decades at this point. And so I'm wondering, especially after 2022, NATO has really deepened its partnerships beyond its perimeters. And so I'm wondering how NATO specifically is calibrating its engagement in this region so that it is itself contributing to the region's both resilience and stabilization, and maybe where you see that going in the future.
Thanks very much, Rachel, and thank you for the organizers from my part as well. This is the second time I'm in the Yerevan dialogue, so it's becoming a tradition. I'm very, very glad for that. Then listening to the discussion so far, the theme that comes to my mind is opportunity. And I have to disappoint Michael. I think there will be a lot of agreement today, but that's good. And even a Hungarian from NATO can agree with Azerbaijanis, Armenians, and Americans. But again, that is good because that will make that file of peace a bit larger. Then, Rachel, you're right that the partnerships we have here go back 3 decades and more with all three countries. And the change that we've seen since 2022 is one, Russia, as President Macron said, abandoning Armenia and basically focusing on the mad war against Ukraine, which means it's lost its positions here. And then the second, you saw the Trump administration unlock the peace process here, which has created the opportunities that we talk about. What this means for NATO and its partnerships in the region is, again, opportunities, a new era of partnerships with all 3 countries. You have seen the Secretary General of NATO, who was here yesterday for the European Political Community meeting, met with Prime Minister Pashinyan. Then we have a new special representative who was here 10 days ago and is going to Georgia this week, soon to Azerbaijan as well. So the first thing that we can do is amplify and increase political dialogue and see the strategic discussion about the region, our security interests, our shared security concerns more vigorous and just a bigger rhythm of political dialogue. And the second thing that we can do is all three countries, to varying degrees, face the same challenges when it comes to defense transformation, dealing with new technologies, innovation, but also with hybrid and cyber threats. And this is something, of course, we are grappling at NATO as well, whether through the defense transformation of countries like myself, who joined NATO after the 1990s, or the support we have given to many countries also in this region. Think of Georgia and the elaborate program to support the defense reforms, and the increasing programs we had also with Azerbaijan and Armenia and beyond as well. So there's more we can do and contribute to this process of opportunities that we see in this region. But definitely there's a new era to unlock these partnerships, and I hope that we can build on that.
Thank you so much. Tatiana, I wanted to come to you. I could ask you like 10 questions, both in terms of like lessons learned from the Balkans, you know, when we're having conversations like this, but also I'm really excited to have a minister for like gender equality and you know, women's empowerment and political and economical empowerment on this panel, because it seems like when we have discussions like this, that specific conversation can feel siloed. And so I'm wondering, as you've sort of listened to the panelists kind of lay out this transitional phase of the South Caucasus, things like connectivity, building partnerships, maybe you know, growing or a place for, you know, great power rivalry. Where does your portfolio sort of fall into this conversation? And do you think it, you know, does this remain sort of siloed as a social policy concern when it comes to, you know, gender equality and women's empowerment? Does it remain siloed as from these hard geopolitical debates, or do you think it's becoming more and more centralized as you know, it certainly should be?
Before I answer you to your question, let me thank to all of you that you are still here at the last panel today. I know it's very hard, and also to congratulate to the organizer for organizing not only the conference Yerevan Dialogue, but organizing 3 different conferences, high-level political conferences. So I know that it was not easy, and many congratulations to them. So I do believe that the experience that I'm bringing from the Republic of Serbia, from the government of the Republic of Serbia, can be used as a model to promote dialogue, especially in these global tensions that we are now witnessing. As you mentioned, that huge title that I have in the government, probably the biggest title, is something that I'm using to promote dialogue in the region of Western Balkan. I am the only minister for gender equality, for prevention of violence against women, and also political and economic empowerment of women. And I am trying to motivate states who are in our region to establish something similar to that, because we can work together on these issues. You can't exclude half of a population, especially in this times of crisis. So I do believe that some of us that already entered the politic life on Western Balkan or any other specific region do also have obligation to motivate some other women to participate also into political life, and to bring that atmosphere that will bring more dialogue to people, and not to bring all of these dividings that we are now seeing. So cabinet that I'm running is established 2 years ago. In this May will be 2 years. So after that, I decided not only to motivate women in Serbia to take a more active role in entering the political arena, I'm also trying to find a way how to motivate women in our region. So I'm organizing also different types of conferences who are actually promoting political and economic empowerment of women. For example, at the end of last year and in the end of this year, we will organize an international women's conference with the name RISE. We are trying to gather high-level political participants from Europe, mostly from Europe, and to exchange experiences, how we can do our best and motivate women from our states to enter the political and economic arena, real sector, and to be more active. That's the way how we can promote the dialogue. I'm not sure that we are now, when we are seeing these global leaders who are using political field to promote decreasing of rights of women, that we need to stay out of the topics, out of the context. So we need to get more involved and to show that we are bringing some other different culture than the culture of constant conflicts and dividings, and that we can bring more dialogue to the world. So I think that our complex and fragile environment that Serbia is having, both historically that you mentioned with this experience that we have from 90s, and also our geographical position is actually motivating us to focus on dialogue. And if you trying to remember what the great leaders said at last UNGA in September last year, you will see that many leaders who are coming from the small states and among them is our president also, they are promoting dialogue as the best solution for these for all of these geopolitical crises that we are experiencing. And I believe that women can bring that what we are actually looking for.
Thank you. Batir, before I come to you, I just wanted to give the audience a quick heads up. We'll have about 10 minutes for questions and answers at the end here. So start thinking about those, because after I come to you, I'm going to head out to the audience and do a Q&A session. So just be sure to be ready for those. Batir, thank you for waiting. You know, looking at the SCO, you know, this is an organization that has certainly expanded significantly, both in membership, in economic scope. You know, I'm wondering, does it represent, you know, a real, genuine alternative to the Western-led multilateral institutions that have unpinned the system until now? And I'm wondering if we can apply lessons learned from the SCO specifically to the South Caucasus when it comes to its own role in the international system. Let's turn on.
So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, meaning the MFA of Armenia. And it's my real privilege to participate in this panel. And today, the international system is undergoing profound and accelerated transformation. We heard about these trends too much, and I wouldn't like to go into details. In these conditions, the role of regional organizations is becoming increasingly important. In the view of the SCO, regional structures are not instruments of division. On the contrary, they can and should serve as platforms for dialogue, confidence building, coordination of interest, and collective responses to common challenges. In this sense, regional organizations increasingly function as shock absorbers of global instability. The SCO's own experience confirmed this. Over the past quarter century, the SCO has evolved from a regional confidence building mechanism into one of the world's largest trans-regional organizations, bringing together states with different, I would like to stress here, with different political systems, cultural traditions, development models, and even foreign policy priorities. Despite these differences, the organization has succeeded in preserving internal stability and building cooperation on the basis of the Shanghai spirit, which means mutual trust, mutual benefits, equality, consultations, respect for cultural diversity, and aspiration towards common development. Importantly, the SCO is not a military political bloc and is not directed against third countries or organizations. Its philosophy is based on non-alignment, openness, sovereign equality, and rejection of confrontational approaches. Sustainable stability requires connectivity in a broader sense. Transport, communication, economic cooperation, technological exchange, humanitarian interaction, and even people-to-people ties. Within the SCO, we attach special importance to practical cooperation in transport, innovation, sustainable development, and humanitarian exchanges. The organization is also advancing mechanisms to counter terrorism, extremism, transnational crime, cyber threats, and drug trafficking. Another important aspect is that regional structures can serve as platforms for inclusive dialogue among states representing different geopolitical orientations. In Eurasia, particularly, no sustainable security architecture can be built through dividing lines, bloc confrontation, or zero-sum approaches. We believe that equal and indivisible security must remain the foundation for regional cooperation. In this regard, the South Caucasus occupies a special place, and I would say even that the South Caucasus place is a natural bridge between Europe and Asia, and especially Central Asia. Situated at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, the region possesses significant potential to become not a zone of rivalry, but a space of connectivity, dialogue, and communication. The prospect of sustainable peace, restoration of transport and economic links, and development of mutually beneficial regional projects could create new opportunities not only for the South Caucasus itself, but for wider Eurasian cooperation. From the SCO perspective, respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, not interference in internal affairs, and peaceful settlement of disputes remain indispensable principle for achieving lasting stability. And I would like to stress that in 2026, the SCO marks its 25th anniversary. This milestone provides an opportunity not only to reflect on the organization's path, but also to reaffirm the importance of multilateralism, dialogue, and cooperative security in an increasingly fragmented world. We are convinced that regional organizations can make a meaningful contribution to shaping a more representative, fair, and multipolar international order, not through confrontation, but through partnership, mutual respect, and joint development. And I would like to say a few words at the end of my speech that I would like to stress that all that come from my speech, it's my experience. Previously, before joining the Secretariat of SCO, I was served as a permanent representative of Uzbekistan to the Secretariat. And I have my personal experience, professional one, you see, and I'm very glad that some of our speakers mentioned the trends, the very positive trends in Central Asia. And this is one of the simple example that SEO is not about some kind of, how to say, block-minded organization. And in Uzbekistan, like other countries of Central Asia, we have very good and productive cooperation with all big states, starting from Russia and with the United States. We have our new format, Central Asian Plus, even with Italy, Germany, and so on. We are free. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I want to come to the audience. I'm sure that there's a couple questions. Sir, I see that you have one. I might try to take two at once if there's another one. Yes, okay, I'll take these two. And just direct your question to someone specific if possible. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Wally Khambakhdinov. I'm from Kazakhstan, UK, a Brussels-based NGO in Brussels. And my question is to Mr. Mamadov and to Mr. Sisi. Just, choose for yourself. First, Central Asia and South Caucasus nowadays is surrounded by the conflicts, by a lot of conflicts. So even today, to reach from Europe to Astana, to Kazakhstan, or to any Central Asian capital, you need to go through this very narrow corridor, air corridor between through Azerbaijan and Armenia. What's your forecast for the Central Asia and South Caucasus? How this region will behave in the years to come while this global turmoil is growing? And to Mr. Mamadov, my question is just Azerbaijan last year joined C5+1. How do you think how Azerbaijani C5 C6 format now? So how Azerbaijan expert community accepted this viewpoint shifting from South Caucasus to Central Asia? So does it mean that Azerbaijan is changing its territorial address? So that's my question. Thank you.
Sir, I'll come to you as well. Did you have a question? Sir, did you have a question? Yeah, I want to take two at once.
Yeah, it looks to me that the shock absorber is some kind of hedging between different regional organizations rather than having a regional identity. I'm wondering, as clear blocks collapse, is there a sense in being non-committant as everyone is non-committant? Is there any other thing than multivectorism these days? Isn't everyone doing multivectorism? Isn't the term losing its meaning?
Thank you. So we have about 5 minutes left, so I think what we'll do is, Farhad and Michael, I'll come to you, but if anyone else wants to jump in and just offer a few final thoughts before we close, I'll let you do that. So Mr. Mamadov, over to you first, and then Michael.
Thank you. We return to Central Asia. This is choice after our attempts towards Europe. Everybody understands that we're Muslim, we're Turks, and European Union does not want to see any Muslim and Turks in European Union. The other issue, the location of Azerbaijan. If you look at the map on the meridian from Arctic Sea to Persian Gulf, it's the fewest countries in the continent, only 3 countries. It's a very big Russia, very small Azerbaijan, and very big Iran. And that's why through organization of Turkish states and then through Central Asia, we'll try to find friends which have the common problems, threats, and resources. And for Azerbaijan, it's more transactional, maybe much more than for Trump. You know, for us, coalition depends on mission. So if we need a pipeline, we have to work with Georgia and Turkey. If we need 3 projects, we have to work with Armenia, with Turkey, with United States. If we need other things, what need Europe, we will work on this issue without any blocks and without any alignments. Thank you.
Thank you for that, the very interesting question. So, yes, Central Asia as well as the South Caucasus is surrounded by conflict, and we have a very active, hot conflict that adjoins the South Caucasus right now. So in that context, it does seem like looking forward that these connectivity initiatives are sort of permanently in peril if they're always beset by conflicts on their front doorstep or backyard or whatever the right idiom is for that. But something I've heard a lot from my colleagues here in the South Caucasus, and as well as my colleagues in Central Asia, that I think is very interesting and worth batting around is these conflicts do a couple of things. First, they enrich the value proposition of the middle corridor, right? So if you take the Strait of Hormuz, for example, as kind of one glaring, gigantic example, it is the idea of all of this shipping having to traverse this very narrow strait that is kind of inherently fragile seems to kind of evince the need for alternatives. And the longer that this transpires, and when it ends, and it will end at some point, but when it ends, it kind of creates this motivating factor, this incentive for the regions of the states of this region, pardon me, to come together to ensure that alternative infrastructure is in place, so that the shocks from the next conflict, from the future contingency, aren't going to be as heavy hitting, and that the countries of the region might actually be beneficiaries of it. This is a little bit of a wayward example, but stick with me for a second. When people have discussed the destruction of value from the closing of the Straits of Hormuz, I think some of the numbers that have been put out there have been described as being the greatest loss of value in the history of oil shocks. Now, the difference between now and the 1970s is that there's a great deal of electrification, there's alternative, there's multimodal energy forms, and so the effects of that greatest loss of value have been absorbed somewhat by these alternatives, by diversification. And so you can use that kind of same example, I think, in, you can call it the middle corridor, in alternative routes, that would seem to justify kind of the regionalization projects that are happening in Central Asia and in the South Caucasus. And frankly, regions that can stick together and can create these zones of mutual prosperity and stability are going to be anchors and gravity wells for investment.
Does anyone else have any final thoughts they want to add? We are exactly at time, so okay. That was very efficient. Thank you, everyone. Please join me in thanking our panelists as well.